Hey folks, how you doing? Good morning, it's Sunday, and this is the PK restaurant at the Courtyard where you can come and visit. Hello to everybody watching on replay. Keep watching because I don't know what's going to happen. But this is why we were early, and apologies for that. Sorry for being early. Listen to that 767 at the side there, just waiting anxiously. Pratt & Whitney's purring away. You can hear her. Big old double decker. Funny enough, I got one of them. They should. That would be a great advertising campaign, Jilly. Cadbury's, British Airways and Cadbury's, double decker. Quite makes sense to that. It's alright. It's shiny Rolls Royce. Oh. Dirty A380 there. Nice to see those Rolls-Royce engine emblems. Looked quite new actually. Wouldn't mind one of those myself. I think you can buy them. Oh yeah, here we go. We've got a bit of adiabatic cooling going on already. Look at this. Floof me up. Just off the deck though. They might hold this 767 for a little while. Because obviously caution wake turbulence on the previous jet. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah. First one out the box and look what happens. We fade to grey. Look at the 11-foot winglets on this thing, man. There's nothing else like it in the world. Apart from the A400, maybe the A400 or the C-17, but in commercial terms. Smoky old engines, man. Look at how smoky that number 2 is, mate. actually, both of them. Finely tuned smoke. Well balanced and synchronised smoke in there. Oh, yeah. Oh! Oh, yeah. Just before the entry point, man. Hey, this looks like a new aeroplane with her rims. Look at the nice shiny rims, man. That looks like a very new aeroplane. How old is that aeroplane, Jilly? The Aer Lingus 321 lining up, man. That looks like a very new aeroplane. Oh. 5 years old. She's just had a big wash, isn't she? Very clean. And what's it saying? In other words, you can't check in based on that. Oh, that's got to be a glitch, mate. Oh man, this is a beautiful, nice little viewling. She's a CEO with the CFM56 engine on this aircraft. 2 Americans lined up, man. Look at that. She was a young American. Discussions going on at the moment about what American are going to be doing with their aging 777-200s. Which aircraft are they going to be replacing them with? Lauren Nixon. Lauren Nixon is a new member. Welcome, Lauren. Wow, going up steep, man. These single aisle jets. It's quite a steep climb rate, isn't it? So let's have a little look and see what the oh yeah, I love that, man. That's gnarly, that is gnarly. It's not on radar, keep bleeding it. Oh yeah, it is. That cloud cover is less than 1,500 feet. First 777 model, first flown in '94, entering service with United Airlines in 1995. I thought the launch customer was British Airways for the 777 with the GE90 engine, wasn't it? First entering service with United. Maybe that was the first American carrier, or was it the 777-300 that was the British Airways were the launch customers? I don't know. Craig Henderson is a returning member. Welcome back, Craig. Paul Jones gifting a channel membership. Thanks, Paul. Someone firing up their engines over there. Quick shout out to the truck driver, Nigel. Yeah, beautiful. Not you, Nigel, but no. I love you, Nigel. Tracy Avkin, Daniel Pearson. I have to say the American 777 is one of my favourite. The sound great. Standard. Good for what it is. Barry Price, plenty of American 777-200s. Guess they could be converted to freight carriers. Well, the only thing is, I have to say, the problem with these older engines is that within time, I mean that's a GE90 engine there, but on the on all of Americans 777-200s is the aging Trent 800. I say aging, I mean it's only one variant behind the A380 engine. However, many years apart. One number, but many years apart. Engine sound heaven at Heathrow this morning. We've got that Paul Jones, thank you. Beverly George, Rachel Van Zeller. Rachel remembers watching an old plane spotting video from LAX that had the first 777 revenue flight. Was it? Wow, Aloha Tarantula, listening through her Bose headphones. That's gotta sound good, hasn't it? Watch for it. Oh. Wow, that's kind of spooky, isn't it? The sun was bright this morning and I was like, oh, really? We don't need that. Mr. Christian, nice early start. Andy the Valley wood turner out there in his valley, turning his wood. These different tools, all hand tools of course probably, all these lovely chisels, all different shapes of chisels for all different particular jobs. This Trent's 800. This is a proper workhorse, man, these American jets. They do some serious mileage. Look it up. Yeah, one recent news report quoting, unrealistic and unsafe. American Airlines wants a lower flight attendant staffing minimum on the new Boeing 787-9s, which is quite an interesting proposition. One less. Yeah. Yeah, but before all of that, there's a good chance. Look at Malaysian's 350 coming out. Just taken delivery of it. Is it taken delivery or ordered more A330-9s? Well, 8s and 9s, I think it is. Big happy 777, look. Look at his smiley face. Due to the new cabin layout for Americans 777-9s, it's called the, they've given it a name, haven't they? The 9P for Papa is what they're calling it, which they, because of the increase in the lay-down seats or the posh end of the aeroplane, American Airlines have put a proposal to the FAA that they can reduce the number of flight attendants. At the moment, there's a requirement for 7. Says here, the Association of Professional Flight Attendants, which represents 28,000 in-flight crew members at American, said Thursday that the airline plans to change the minimum staffing requirements to 7 flight attendants on the 787-9P. American schedules a total of 9 flight attendants on its current 787-9s, but in the case of an emergency or staffing shortage, the aircraft is certified to operate with only 8 flight attendants. Well, good luck with that, getting that through to the FAA then. Mind you, if everybody behaved themselves and did the right thing, you probably wouldn't need, because everyone wants to get off an aeroplane in an emergency, don't they? It's not like they're like, yeah, well, what's going on then? I love that sound, man. New York bound John F. Kennedy International. Turning that on the tiller. That's a sharp turn, that is. Look at this. Oh. Go on, son! Johnny Bravo! Oh, that's all right. I'll just do that when I check in, mate. I'll just do that when I check in. Yes. Invalid, yeah. Thank you, Johnny Bravo, gifting a channel membership, mate. Oh, man, the cool. Sitting there with a cup of coffee and some 777s. Not sitting there with 777s, but you know what I mean. Saying that, how many people sitting there on their couch watching this on the television? On the television, or in bed maybe. Flick the TV on. There he is. Aaron Thomas, DHL A300 just pushed back. Thank you, Aaron. Russell Webb, Bruce Fine, Mr. Christian. Aviation Retail Direct. Good to see you guys yesterday. Great story from Paul yesterday. I wish he would watch the shows because, you know, they never watch the shows. The only person that watches the shows is Jordan. And that's it, I think. Yeah. Why doesn't Paul watch the shows? Because he had a great story yesterday, a military story, which I think we should keep in our special little story box for a military show when we're up at Mildenhall. We should, shouldn't we? Because that was a great story that he told us. Although it was at Alconbury, or Alconbury, I think it's closed now, Alconbury, hasn't it? Very pretty looking Malaysian 350. Look at this, 3 fiddies in a row. 3 fiddies. XWBs. Jason Holtschosen is a returning member. Welcome back, Jason. Good to see you. Jonathan MCD Alconbury is mostly housing now, but still part of defence infrastructure. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness me. Wow. Shandor Equestrian. Beautiful hair flick, winglet man. Shandor tuning in from Florida in the United States of America. Aiden Campbell, flying operations no longer based at the site. Most of the land, including the runway, had been sold in 2009 to become new settlement of Alconbury Wind. But anyway, yes. I believe that Alconbury was once a nuclear base, wasn't it? Way back in the day of the older and the or maybe not. It was certainly a refueling base with the United States Air Force. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness me. Isn't that beautiful, folks? Nice clean 787-10 with British Airways. Look how clean she is, man. She's been given a right old scrub. I've got Jane C gifting 5 channel memberships. Thank you, Jane. Very kind of you. CK, the opening A380 is just passing overhead. Wow, CK saying. Karina, favourite spot at the courtyard. You can come here, folks, but you have to be a guest of the hotel. In other words, being staying here at the Courtyard Marriott, and then as a guest you get access across the board in terms of coming out here. And you know, even as a guest, I'll be honest with you, if you ask nicely, they'll probably let you out here when because the PK doesn't open till 6 p.m. So is that Virgin? Is that Virgin? Just in case, because they are kind of looking straight ahead of me, aren't they? Oh no, it's Finnair. Sorry. Of course, look at the white engine cows, you stupid by. Off on its way to hell. We take the highway to hell. Down, down, highway, runway to hell. Sorry. Lovely old A300. The A310, which I don't think there's many in existence. The little short, stubby, long-haul jet. Look at these guys coming up here. It's not speeded up, folks. That is not speeded up. Duncan thinking that the A350 is the best looking modern jetliner. Well, you've got to be, it is the most modern jetliner, isn't it? Really, it's kind of that versus the 787, really, isn't it? But the 787, the wing can't be beaten, I don't think. But I tell you what, the 787, the A350's wing lit, or wing tip, or shark clip cannot be beaten. Such a beautiful piece of architecture. But then again, this is a big old beautiful bird, isn't it, the 777. Regardless of what variant, 200 or 300, it is a beautiful aeroplane, especially with those big chunky engines on it. Royal Blue Ridge. Gillian, that DHL A300 will be, it's got to be 20 plus years old, because that is probably the oldest aircraft on the airfield, I would have thought. 27 years old or something crazy like that. Someone's going to say it was only built like 2004 or something. What's that? Yes, if you ask them nicely, if you are a resident here, I'm sure they will let you up here. A guest, or a guest at the hotel. Yeah, I did say guest though. I did say guest, mate, yeah. You cannot just come up here and turn up and expect to be able to, yeah. You have to be staying at the hotel. Wow. Love Finnair's. Got to be the biggest one out there, hasn't it? In terms of font size, Finnair. Bruce Fine, 33 years old. Thank you, Bruce. Wow, 33. I was being generous, wasn't I, with that 27? Look at that, just float. Look at the way that floated, man. Yeah, you do. You're not supposed to. Oh, don't promote the fact that you've just walked up here and helped yourself, because that's. Be a guest, full stop, unless you've booked a meal in the restaurant, in which case when you come here for your meal, you can obviously during the winter be a little bit less desirable, but you could get a nice warm coat and eat out here on the airing is jet landing in the background. Old Pratt & Whitney's on this one. It's saying EE5G on it, mate. Oh, it's on. Oh, okay, let's see. Watch this thing go up, folks. Hold on to your hats, boys. We're going up steep. Any moment now she's gonna go up. Watch this. She's straining at the leash. She wants to go. And up you go, son. Hey! Wow. I mean, we're not pulling G's, folks, but we're... Yeah, she's gone. 1,600 feet. Just eats up that. Look at this go. Don't worry about your Of course, what was quite interesting, I don't know how many of you heard me say it, but there was a gentleman with his missus that I met at ARD who were, he's with DHL, and I was, it was interesting to hear that DHL arranged for the, well, they organised the logistics of bringing the A350 tail section to horizontal stabiliser to London Heathrow with Airbus and the I nearly said the Guppy then, the Beluga. Look at the big engines on it. What about that 747 with those tiny little, well, I say tiny, they were CF6s. Oh yeah, here we go, look. $747 likes, thank you. Yeah, but we don't force people to, or we don't beg people to like the channel, man. It's like, you know, yeah, it's up to them. If you wanna like it, you like it. Yeah, but Jilly, no, I don't look at it that way, man. Oh, listen to this lovely old thing, man. No, I know. But it is, I know what people might think, like, oh wow, 5,000 people watching, only 750 likes. Well, you generally want to watch it. You're not that sort of like, you know, when I watch a video, I very rarely like it, mate, I'll be honest with you. Even if I think it's fantastic, I never like a video, and I don't mean that horribly, I just, because I'm moving on to the next one. those young lads yesterday. I'm like, what plane do you want? You know, I've got these stickers here. I've got 380. I've got 787. I've got this, that, and the other 747 Classic and all that. I've got the A330. I've got the blah blah blah. And the kid goes, I'll have the A330. I'm like, oh, okay, there you go. Then let's just rummage in the little envelope here, and he says, I wonder what type, what one it is. I'll look at the ribbons off of this thing, man. I said, which one? He said, I wonder which one it is, and is it the 300 or the 200? I said, I think it's the 300, mate. Hold on a minute, let's just have a look. And I was just looking at the wingtips. He goes to me, he goes, look, it's a Neo. It says it on the side. I'm like, oh yeah. I completely thought, you had to be there, but it was quite funny at the time. Look at this big old boy lined up behind this little CEO, man. Look at the engines, man. That's what those CF6s look like with the GE9Xs. Absolutely insane, man. Rachel Van Zeller. So according to Airfleets, there are well over 100 plus A300s still classed as active, with 6 active but parked. Yeah, I was talking more about the A310s, Rachel, because that's a very rare aeroplane. It's a short, stubby one, and I don't think there are any A310 freighters. It's fun as a name, wow. Stewart, beautiful engine comparison. Uncle Bang! It's all relative. It is all relative. Jonathan MCD. Nearly, Jonathan. Well, the outer diameter of the engine potentially is nearly as wide as the 8. But bear in mind that, you know, you've got what's the got 3 and 3. Now, you think of trying to fit 3 people either side of that spinner, sat comfortably next to each other. It's, you know, it's going to be very tight. But the 9X, you know, I'd say the A220 fuselage or the Embraer E2 jet fuselage is likely to fit inside the outer diameter of the engine, not the inner diameter, the engine cowl outer casing. What's that all about then? Is that look like it's got a ground generator there. It's got a ground power unit. See the little white generator parked up down at the bottom of the underneath the aircraft. She's hooked up to a GPU, which means they're running the aircraft's power to maybe do some checks on her. I don't know. Look at this beautiful Dreamliner rocking up. Look. That's a good looking jet. And the reason why it looks so great is because the contrasting of the glazing, the cockpit glazing. Look at that. It's like the iridium in there. I think there's iridium in the glazing to save them from sun. Sam Tweedown, do you know why there was a beluga in the Gulf yesterday? India to Bahrain. That may have been on special operations, because Airbus do have an arm which is carrying out ad hoc operations. Was it a Beluga XL or was it a Beluga, the original? Pushback for Singapore Airlines. See, just one of the aileron segments in the downward position and the right-hand elevator. Watch when they fire this thing up. You'll see those. You'll see that rise up to the neutral position. It's just hanging there because there's nothing, no hydraulic pressure keeping it in there. That was probably it pushing back, I'd imagine. Okay. No, it hasn't. They've just stopped pushing it back, mate. Yes, they have. Look, they've just unhooked it. When I started... Great airport shots there. Just wait, there it is. There she goes. And the elevator as well. Ready to start. Well, we're starting basically. Do like that. I like it a lot. Is it Nur? Big shout out to Nur. She's watching with her family, or she might be. And there we are. So the plan is, folks, we're going to try and see if we can get ourselves just to get the ball rolling with our friends in Turkey. Is to try and get to the plane spotting plaza, or whatever they call it, the dedicated plane spotting platform area. Not the one in the airport, but the one a little bit further away, which is also run by the airport, we believe. So it shouldn't be too difficult. I think we'll be able to do it. No, they are not tiny engines as well on the IAEs. Those IAEs are not tiny engines, man. You go and stand down there, get a fair old jet blast from them as well. I think after the CFM 56 engine, one of my, was that a? They wait for the pressures to come up. Oh no, we had a intersection. Okay, it's currently closed, but it's going to be going back into operation spring of 25. Gary Hurd. Let's give it to the channel membership. Get this 777 and then we'll be able to get that beautiful Fiat jet. Fire it up! Alam to you. Steffi Queen, Molly, Simo, Nick Ibrahim, good morning, Andy P, Aviation Retail, do get a fair blast from those IAEs for sure. I was once sat in a lounge at Gatwick which looked across the apron and you could feel the rumble from the aircraft reaching Toga at the rollout. Steph has very kindly gifted 5 channel memberships. We're a little bit on that sort of like between Stu and the crew have I should say, gifted 5 channel memberships. Thanks guys. One Arm Bandit Adventures, Beverly George, Andy's Journey, Keon S Crisps, Dreamwatcher, Kasim Baker, gifted channel memberships. Count yourselves lucky, please, folks. Appreciate it and say thank you to those whom you have been gifted, please. Julian Parker, brand new. Ian R. It's kind of got a military look about it, hasn't it, when you get up close like that? Now these Trents, because they're quite low to the ground, are quite prone to a little bit of ingestion vortex or the wizard, which is good for this time of year, as we call it. It's quite dirty, actually, isn't she? Look. Talk about weathering, look at the streaks there. A little bit of speed. Flying down to her mum's on Wednesday on a Dash 8. Nice. Okay, watch those wings. You can see them flexing up already. But at the rotate point, you get the maximum pull on them. Here comes the big flex. Watch for the elevators. There they go. And up come the wings, man. Adrian James. Yes, Adrian. Must have been obviously not on the last few shows. We always do a Christmas Day show, Adrian. We've done it for the last 6 years, 7 years. Karina has gifted 5 channel memberships as well. Thank you, Karina. It's a clean 200. Look at that. That's a very clean aeroplane. The old boys and girls have done a great job washing her, haven't they? Fletcher Finch. Fletcher! What is it, Mr. McCroy? You're in Godbar. Yeah, the Christmas Day show is on the show schedule, folks. Funny how many people say, can you do a calendar, or can you do a schedule or something like that? Yeah, we've done it. We've gotten all that trouble on the app, and then they ask us on the next time if it's. Oh well, you can't be. You try your best. You try your best. I'm guilty of it myself, Gilly, of doing things like that. You know, I think, oh. Where did you come from then? Hey, sneaking up round the back of the bike shed, you naughty boy. Look at the nice new cathedral front end look. Look at the new doors on the cathedral. Barry Price liking the Vietnam livery. Roger Slater, Cathay 747-8 and Korean 747 again, both due this afternoon. Let's check the schedule timings on that, please. Sharp clip. Might be early, Gilly. Oh, cool, yeah, sorry, yeah, sorry. We're all going to be gifting Christmas Day, folks. We are all going to be gifting this Christmas Day to our regular Charity Day show on Big Jet TV for a Christmas Day. This year it's going to be for the Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund, of which 98+% of your gifted money goes to the charity, and I'm all for that. Charlie 10, is it reduced ops on Christmas Day? No, negative Victor Charlie. Maybe on the, well, I don't know about the regional, well, I say regional, but short haul domestic stuff. But certainly the long haul stuff is still pretty busy, although we will see a considerable amount of BA jets parked up in the maintenance section. Where they will probably be undergoing opportunist checks, I would have said. On there, yeah? It is on there, is it? What have you accidentally done New Year's Day only? This is the Pratt Whitney PW 4000 engine, folks. Publishing glitch, we believe, folks. Here we're still on the 777. It looks like nothing compared to that, does it? Look at a big old fat thing sitting there all heavy. Wow. Nice. On come the lights. Stood right underneath an A380. It is amazing. I've stood behind the front gear, the nose gear of an A380, a Lufthansa 380, as it was being hooked up to be pushed back. A most amazing experience. Proper dirty bird this is, isn't it? Weepy windows. But the most amazing thing is the undercarriage bay for the main gear is enormous. These are Rolls-Royce engines right here. Wow. Doubled up on it. See the those panels that I showed you on the engines there. That's the oil filler hatch. Literally, undo that hatch, swing it open, and there is the oil filler area for the engine. Literally, they will have cans of it, usually about, I don't know how many litres. It'd be no more than a couple of litres, will it? Because they need to be able to physically do it by hand, not using a pump. So they literally have cans, almost the old school way of topping up an engine oil, and that is what they do. They top it up because they're quite. Sharon Hooper is a newbie. Welcome, Sharon. Get involved, folks. Get involved. If you want to get involved, please don't hesitate to come in here, ask me questions, ask our amazing viewing nice, a very knowledgeable, eclectic mix of people here on Big Jet TV, pilots, engineers, technicians, very knowledgeable people. People know about the airline industry, the aviation sectors, different this, that and the other. So please don't be shy if you've got any questions. We're here. If I miss your comment, I do apologise, but obviously I'm keeping my eye on the airfield. Stubru, probably Mobile Jet 2, yes. A bit like the old two-stroke. Tony's been with us for 4 years, and he's asking what time is the switchover. Come on, Tony. You answer it. You answer it. Come on. Think about it, Tony. Every day, same old time, 8 years, you've been here for 4, you must have seen many, many switchovers. Elliot Reed doing some spotting at New York JFK next year whilst visiting the family, staying at the TWA Hotel. Yeah, make of it what you will about TWA's hotel, the TWA Hotel, my apologies. Yeah. Lots of mixed reactions about the TWA Hotel. What a beautiful airport. Yeah. Tony O'Reilly. Tony Haynes. 1500, there he is, look. He's answered his own question. Oh, W, quarts, not litres. There we go. Very interesting, yes. It is quarts he's talking about. Chris Gospel. Stupid. He's poured a lot of MJ2 in his time. Super Sunday for him, feet up. See the new engine nacelle on that Dreamliner there. Clockwise for the General Electric and anti-clock for the Rolls-Royce. Pete Keating, love the feature on the flying test beds. Wonder how much variation the pilot has to put in to compensate for the extra power on the big engine. Very good point, that, Pete. They'd have to run the other ones at max, put it that way, and probably derate the thrust setting on the. Life is one problem. I haven't been able to fly the Boeing 777 yet. Wow, Brian Stewart, merger of McDonnell Douglas and Boeing was announced 28 years today in 1996, and what a terrible, 19 years they've had in the meantime. Not really, but they should never have done that. They should never have merged, because it was during, was it not during the merger point with Boeing that the MD-11 hit the skids literally with Swissair's. Let's just have a look at what year that was. Yeah, there we go. 2nd of September 1998. So there we go. The merger had already happened, and then unfortunately the issue happened with the Swissair flight, which a lot of people know about. If you don't, I'm not going to chirp about it on here because it's a long story, but basically they lost. Swiss lost one of their MD-11s because it was basically new technology, and they were using a lot of electronics on the aircraft. And the avionics bay overheated, blah blah blah, rest is history. Mark, welcome back, Mark. JD the Prophet flying to Mauritius on South Africa's 343 in January. Wow, that's a quality old school jet. Kelvin Grant, they are putting in applications for 09 left operations. That probably won't happen for at least another year, I would have thought, because there's a lot to do, and not only that, but in part of that application is them building a concrete sound barrier at the western end of 09. Slow Canada slow. Yes, yes. So we do know, folks, we do know that that Dreamliner there is not the Dreamliner that was around the corner. That's a different jet. Kilo Oscar. The other one's India Delta or something, isn't it, Jaleel? There's something big over the top of me, mate. There's something big over the top of me. He's got his shades on. A lowlander. I watched the clip saying planes don't have brakes on the front wheels. They do not have brakes on the front wheels. You are right, lowlander. Or that clip was correct, yes. Just on the mains. Otherwise these things would be sliding all over the gaff. Turkish coming out. Let's just message her, Jelly. Heathrow, yes, he's right. One aircraft that did have nose wheels was one of the variants of the 727. Look at this 787-10, folks. Direct competitor with the A350-1000. Kind of makes you wonder what is the point in the 777-9. Because, you know, Airbus ain't going to build a bigger aeroplane, really. And let's face it, the 777-9 was put into development to counteract the A380. And now that threat has gone. I appreciate, you know, high capacity long haul routes. I still question its market position. Lowlander, how do they stop them spinning? Great question. There are nylon, believe it or not, there are brushes inside the undercarriage bay. As the wheels come up, they hit the nylon brushes and the wheels stop. Almost a bit like hitting the tarmac. But obviously not bang. They're not at the top. They're sort of like they brush them as they come past. So that's how they stop them, lowlander. Stephen Billings, question. The Air Canada stopped at a line that had 27 right on it. Is that the runway? Yes, it is, Stephen Billings. 27 right, 09 left. That's it right there. had a great couple of years, good contact with Virgin, and now it's all gone to just Gareth Smooth kind of moved on, and now somebody else is in his place, and just give up, mate. Just give up. Oh my God! Sam Tweedale's first flight was on a Dan Air Comet in 1976. It was rough. Wings were up and down for the full flight. I thought I was flying a seagull. Blimey! Look at that double bubble Virgin 350s. Great cabin crew, very friendly, cool and hip. Flight crew the same, but it always purring up to the liners. See the mast at the bottom of the engine there, folks. It's an outlet for quite a number of different, not so much fluids, but more vapours and hot gases. And when you hear this thing fire up, when the thrust levers are put forward, the engine spools, and then you hear that valve will turn off, and it's almost like the crack of a whip. Listen out for it. Defunct airlines. Of course, my stepmum flew with Dan Air, so there's every chance you may well have been. Mind you, she wasn't my stepmum then in '76. Wow, Dan Air. I think Dan Air actually were the last operator to operate the Comets. I think they went through to like the 1980s or something crazy like that, didn't they? Oh, we got Wizards, did we? M74 first flight ship 737-200 1980. Trying to get a gig out there in Turkey, folks. Istanbul. Very, very busy airport, and of course, got to remember that this is one of the few operators around the world that have their own dedicated cargo arm, with their own cargo aircraft, if you know what I mean. All of the passenger airlines have a cargo department. But dedicated cargo aircraft. Oh, Michael K. Dan Air did love their BAC 111s, mate. He used to flipping it. I live miles away from Gatwick, but used to flipping hear them when they were. Not quite, but you know, like they were so loud. But mind you, the 707s, they were the ones that just for ages and ages, just hear them. Lowlander, last commercial flight of the de Havilland Comet was on November the 11th, 1980, operated by Dan Air. There we go. Thank you, Lowlander. There we go. You see. Tomb Crier first flight, Dan Air BAC 111. I flew a couple of 111s out. I think BUA, was it BUA out of Gatwick to see a girlfriend in Switzerland, which all went to pot. Paul Gordon, welcome, brand new member. There's Ty's 777 firing up over there. It's a lovely looking jetliner. The A220, little mini A350, isn't it, really, in a funny sort of way, the 220. Bob Mean Street, Dan Air uniforms were good back in the day. Red uniformed hostesses. Yes. Leslie Fraser, my second flight with Air Ecos from Aberdeen to Wick in a snowstorm. 2 go-arounds, landed on the 3rd attempt. We were all in the brace position. Exciting, she says. Don't know about that. I don't know, I'd be excited. Yeah, so Turkish Cargo operate most of their cargo operations into Stansted, although we have seen their 777s from time to time, and of course there will be a tremendous amount of belly freight these guys will be transporting as well. Because you know, it's a big part of the industry is carrying belly freight as well, or cargo. But Turkish obviously carry out ad hoc operations as well as regular freight operations. Look at that great big engine there, you can see right through it. Spaceship One, you are clear for takeoff. Michael loving the A220 engines, Pratt Whitney PW 1500Gs, I think. Blackbush, Surrey to Singapore in 54. Wow! Martin Gillardi. These things can go up pretty rapid. He only needs half the runway, really, this guy. Martin Gilarte. First flight was HP Hermes. I think this has got to be the oldest one yet, isn't it? An HP Hermes from Blackbush in Surrey to Singapore in 1954. It took 8 days as it broke down in Delhi. He was 3 years old. Oh my goodness me. Don't surprise me it broke down in Delhi, for crying out loud. Blooming heck. Hermes, wow. Look them up, folks. H-E-R-M-E-S, the Hermes. I think it was a big twin. It wasn't biplane, was it? But it was that sort of like, let me just, Handley Page, wasn't it? HP Hermes. Wow, that would have probably been one of the last. Oh yeah, it was a 4-engined. Mind you, got the HP 81. No, was it 1954? That early on? Wow, it's a turboprop. It's a turboprop. Wow. Forgive me, we're not going back that. Biplane, sorry mate. He's like, blimey, I'm not that bleeding old. All sitting there in wicker seats. No, the Hermes was a bit like the Viscount, wasn't it, in a funny sort of way? But Handley Page, man. anything like that, but am I right in thinking? Look at that lovely aerodynamic piece behind the wing there on the valance. That's a very clever, strategically placed piece of aerodynamic. I'll show you what I'm talking about in a minute, folks. Let's just get. Is this 3? Prothero's gold Court Line 111 from Cardiff. Wow. Didn't I read somewhere that Turkish were quite high up in the whole cabin service quality stakes, I seem to remember. Uncle Pat tall scissor lift in the background. Yeah, I wouldn't be a fan of going up on a scissor lift like that, man. Although it's very, very safe, all the necessary precautions are taken. But imagine spending the day up there, folks, eh? Raimondo. His granddad worked on the phone. It's almost DC6-esque, isn't it? But obviously post DC6. Yeah, Duncan looked like a bit of a DC, like a 4-engine DC3. In other words, a DC4. Was it? Or DC6? No, DC6 was still... DC6 was still rotary engine, the Wright Cyclone piston engine, wasn't it? I think DC4, DC6, DC4. Hanley Page Hermes was a post-war civilian passenger aircraft used in the UK on Heathrow with BOAC and many charter operators up to 1962. Wow. Up to 1962, wow. And then the Britannia came along, didn't it? I've heard these guys are great to fly with. It's not personal in terms of preference or anything, but I'm pretty sure that I heard some time ago that these guys are a great airline to fly with in terms of their cabin service. It's here on, it's here on. I wouldn't know. I'm not a big fan of foreign food and all that kind of thing. Oh, blimey. Yeah, for those who watched the Big Jet TV Extra show yesterday, visited ARD again, surprise, surprise. And of course we're using the YOLO box now, which is our sort of like mobile out and about unit that we're going to be using from now on. But it gets hot, very hot. So I jerry-rigged one of my old camera bags up. Actually, that bag that I jerry-rigged was the original one before the backpack came. Yes, I rigged it up for the old Bond. So it's had a good life as that thing. before I cut holes in it. Yeah, because that one hasn't got any straps on the back because I cut the straps off. Yeah, so we have a new one, a brand new one, yeah. That was a demo, that was just a dry run. That's lovely, absolutely lovely. Had engine problems at Gatwick, delay for 4 hours. The Down Air Comet is at Duxford now. Wow, yes. There's also a Bristol Britannia somewhere. I don't know if it's still... Oh really? Oh dear. Rachel Van Zeller, yes indeed, DC6 with turboprops is probably the best way to describe it. But you know what, funnily, it sometimes, you know, an operator can have the best global results for the cabin service, but it only takes for one person to fly on it and it doesn't come up to their standard. You know, what would your standard be? There's all sorts of different areas to cabin service, isn't there? How much the toilets are, how regularly they're serviced, the toilets, you know. Some flights you at the end of the flight, you go in the toilets and there's toilet paper all over, discarded all over the floor's wet, you know, some of the towel, there's no towels in there. Go on, son! Patchy. Double wizard there. Planes are cool, saying it may be in Hangar 1 at Duxford. Tiny aeroplane, folks. We all think, because it was a 4-engine jet, we all get a little bit confused because, you know, you think of a 4-engine aeroplane and you think jumbo jet and all that kind of thing. But look at a 707 next to a jumbo. It is tiny. And then put a Comet next to like an A321, and the A321, so I think the Comet initially only seated a very small amount of passengers. Flat out, mate. Great flying into Bangkok, seeing all the A380s and 777s lined up collecting dust. Okay, is that Thai 777s and 380s? What a great shame. Dun, 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 dun. If, when, why not? Qantas never ordered the 777 for some reason, probably happy with the 747 Arunta. Well, Qantas America ordered 777s. They had, Qantas America had 777s operational up till, easy son, easy, slow it down there, mate. You still got a plane there. A little bit, come on, hurry up. You're going to have to stop, mate. You're going to have to stop. You're going to have to stop. Look at the wake from the engines on the grass, man. Mate, you're gonna have to. He's keen, isn't he? Mind your pitos, mate. Last thing you want is a big lump of dust in your pito. Bob the Bomb Britannia is at Duxford. There we go. Brian Stewart, line up and don't wait. I don't know, you'll have to ask YouTube that, Dylan. Glitch? Yeah. Yeah, the Comet indeed was a beautiful aeroplane. In fact, interestingly enough, the cockpit, the front end of the Comet, was used on the Caravelle, I think. It's amazing, isn't it, to think that well, I mean, it isn't actually amazing to think, because let's face it, Boeing used the front end of the 737 on the 727 and the 707. So watch there's the elevators lifting her into the air. Now watch the end of the wing. Look at that, man. She's boiling up already, mate. Look at that. Listen to that 767. Apparently BEA, thank you Chris Mason, BEA is on its way out. I've just caught a glimpse of it, thank you for that. Aviation states saying that Icelandair's 757 is pinging. Awesome. I think it's just their stock livery today, isn't it? Arunta, Emirates female A380 Captain Emily, trained by Qantas, flies into Sydney a lot. Here last week, hearing that Qantas have just announced a big bonus for all of the staff that work on the London Heathrow routes. So obviously it's a regular, we've got, what's his face, haven't we? Glitter My Butter. He's a regular, so he's going to be happy, isn't he? Neil P. Dalgo, specification de Havilland 106 Comet 4 power plant, 4 10,500 pound Rolls-Royce Avon 524 jet engines. Yeah. Capacity 60 to 76 passengers, folks, on the Comet. 60 to 70. That was on the Comet 4. there you go, Bill, Stephen confirming. They have oh, did it? Already been Prestwick, Richard? Did a piece on the AN225. No, that was Lossiemouth. Sorry. Or was it Prestwick? It was Prestwick, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, so AN225, I mean, what better aircraft could you cover from Prestwick? Kind of never really need to go back there now. Plus there was a 747 and a, what was it, C-17 Globemaster. Yeah, that guy, yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you, Simon. Simon's just gifted a channel membership. Thanks, mate. Qantas rolling in right after him, mate. Slow down, mate. Slow down. Bleeding hell. They'll have the cops after you, mate. Bleeding heck. Oh, mate, hold on a minute. You're going to have to put your brakes on there, son. Flipping heck. I know you're in a hurry, mate, but blimey. RAC loving the sounds today. Clear to lead and take off, mate. Go on, off you go. Mate, that was a flex. That was a big flexy takeoff, man. Lots of power used there, man. She's heavy. Direct to Perth, ladies and gentlemen. Qantas have actually also, don't forget, they've got Project Sunrise coming up in, I think it's 2026 now. Is it 22 hours on the plane? Of course, it's called Project Sunrise because you get to see the sun rise twice during your flight. He's keen, isn't he? Go on then, mate. B and 4C with Dan Air had 119 seats. Yeah, I remember that being said a while ago, that the original early comics, the ones that were redesign, literally, because they had to redesign the Comet, didn't they? And by the time it came back into service, it was kind of too late, because Boeing had taken that marketplace, that market space, and brought the 707 into service. I don't like to hear somebody say, oh, I hear they're going to be flying her down to St Athan, you know, next month, and she's going to be scrapped. Oh wow, look at that behind her, mate. We haven't seen that in a while, have we, Jilly? Might be a bit of a thumbnail there, GP. Thumbnail. Pigeons for a minute. Paul! Blowing a trumpet. Oh! Oh, does it? He's not blowing a trumpet then, it's glass blowing. Oh, okay, there we go. You can forgive me for thinking it though, can't you? Michael K, 100 years of glass making. There we go. There's one for you, Gigi. Seeing as you put the Shamrock up. 757 on the move. Aaron Thomas. "100 years of blowing trumpets." Steph drinking a yard of ale. There we go. Oh, look at this, man. You know what? I couldn't see her. I was like, where is she? And look how small she is. Man, I mean, that's a big twin-engine jet, isn't it? But look at it up against, you know, A320. She's a diddle plane. Look at her next to the 375. Easy for you to say. Look at her next to the A350-900, man. Look at that. Isn't that a crazy comparison, man? You get on that 757 and it feels like a big plane. Big old set of RB211s on her as well, man. Yeah. Let her get a little bit closer, maybe. No, you got to see the jump. You got to see the engines of the 350. Yeah. A swile. Yard of ale. That's quite funny, actually. That's a 1000, is it? Oh, okay, sorry. I had no idea that was a 1000. Yeah, I guess now looking at it, you can see it is quite long, isn't it? Big, long, stretchy thing. But anyway. And that's only a 757-200, isn't it? So it will look smaller, but even so, just look at the size of its body and everything. It's thumbnail GP possibly again. I don't know. There, maybe. Yeah, something like that, because it's quite nice, isn't it? With all the Stuff going. Actually, it's quite a nice busy one there, Jilly. Hello! Oh, thank you, Steph. Steph's gifted 5 channel memberships. Lots of new members joining us today. You are very welcome, folks. This is our regular Sunday show. We have a number of different positions around London Heathrow. This is just one of 6, I think it is, which we're very blessed to have through our own hard work, it has to be said. But we're live every Sunday and every Wednesday. But not next Wednesday, because we will be in Miami with all of our members. All of you members, by the way, folks, everybody who's just joined as well and has been gifted a membership, you will be joining us in Miami this Wednesday and Tuesday and Wednesday. Oh, Jilly, might be another one. Might be another one coming up. No, it's gone. Yeah, it's too many. The original BEA scheme, especially on the Tridents. I think that was all they really had, wasn't it? Well, no, they had 707s as well, didn't they? Did the 707s have red upper wing segments painted? 27 years old, Glyn James saying, for that 757. Channel memberships, thank you, Catherine. Yeah, Miami, folks. Shall we grab this Qatar? Do you want to see it? Shago R282 is brand new member. Welcome, Shago. Don't forget, folks, if you are a new member, remember, you're a wumble. No, but just remember, man, because you've got access to overseas shows. If you've unexpectedly been gifted channel membership, folks, if you've unexpectedly been gifted it, make sure you check your perks, because there's a lot of channels on YouTube that have channel memberships and you get sod all in return, apart from maybe a postcard or a picture of them on the toilet or something like that, I don't know. But our channel really does give back to our members. Premium members join us on the European shows every month, except for this month, for Christmas, we're going to be all coming together as all members in Miami for an international show out of a it's a collaboration deal, isn't it? Just because we're all from the same ilk and we all love what we see, and just for your generosity and your commitment, there's members who've been with us, you can see from their badges. Look at that 757 in comparison to an A321, folks. Isn't that crazy? Rolls-Royce RB211 engines versus the Neo's LEAP engine or Pratt & Whitney engine. I think that might be a LEAP engine. I think that's the Malta jet, isn't it? But look how small the fuselage, the same size fuselage, for crying out loud. I mean, it kind of is anyway, but because it's a 3.3 config, isn't it? I think. Nice. Sorry, just going to get that. They've been operating that in here recently, haven't they? Oh yeah, there was a was it El Al that was over at the parked up at the James Bush is a new member. Welcome, James. There we go, Malta A320 Neo. It's only an A320 as well, not a 321. Look how much bigger it is than the 757. It's insane. And yet this has got engines that used to power the 747, for crying out loud. But isn't she beautiful, man? Isn't she a beautiful aeroplane? Arunta RB211, been around a long time. One of the earliest turbofans, wasn't it? Pratt & Whitney JT. Pratt & Whitney had been big time on it already with the JT. CF6, of course, which was on the DC-10. We'll listen to this thing pull up to the line. I think the Air Canada jet maybe he's moving up to the line. Let's see if he carries on. Be good if he does, because that'll give us a little bit of time so we can get the full lights on procedure from the 757 lining up. There goes the great news is, of course, folks, is they've retracted their original idea plans to take this 757 out of service. Because of the availability of aircraft, or lack of, they have had to could have built a ultra long range variant of this, you know. Put new engines on it. Look, you can easily sling a set of leaps underneath those wings. Airways 747 fleet powered by the RB211s, and indeed great testaments to the engines. But to be honest with you, if they had been CF6s, I think the same thing probably would have happened, because anyway, let's kiss. Beautiful! Thank you, Icelandair, for keeping this beautiful aeroplane operational. Doesn't she look beautiful? So popular as a model, you can't get hold of it anymore. Aaron Thomas, like United, still use their 757s to Edinburgh and Dublin, yes. Mind you, it would be there all day, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be a turnaround, would it? David Cornelius, 757, hot lot of aeroplanes. Oh, I don't know about that 767 million. I think it's more than that. returning member, welcome back. JD Doggy there, his profile picture. His number one smoking up. Look at that RB going out, man. Oh, look at that. Beautiful, man. Go on in America. This is the Trent 8. The 757s, great big long legs on it, yeah. Dream 350. Does anyone remember when Britannia Airways used to fly to Australia and New Zealand in the 1990s? Okay, well, wow, did they fly to a certain point and then obviously they had to stop, yeah, let's have a look at that. Let's talk about that Dream 350. Thank you. The RB211 powered 75 has a better power to weight ratio by a fair margin, Snappy saying. Compared to what? CF6 or Brian Stewart? Primary reason for the tail landing gear was to provide enough clearance for potential stretched versions of the 757, which would have a longer fuselage, could be more prone to tail strike. Landing gear? You mean tail skid, maybe? Or are we talking about a potential? Was there a proposed actual wheel like Concourse wheel? It's a 757-300. It's a long old girl, isn't she? Proper Alpha Echo. Britannia had 767 though that used on those flights, right? Okay, so that would have been via where then? Wow. Thomas, nice that FedEx and DHL have lots of 757s. Oh, Brian Stewart, tall, no tail. I lost my way on that one then. Yeah, if you're sitting forward of the engines, you're always going to get that loud, noisy sort of like, rumble in your eye. That's why it's always good to make sure you take some really decent headphones, like noise-cancelling headphones. I can't stress enough, folks, how amazing those ones are that I've got. I'm sure there are other ones that are just as good or as effective, but I tell you, the ones that I've got they weren't expensive. I mean, they weren't cheap, but they weren't expensive. But they've got basically 3 different noise cancelling settings on it. And honestly, obviously, the only problem that you have is you can't lie on your side. But if you're sitting on an aeroplane and you're able to sort of like pitch yourself up nice and straight, well, if you've got any leg room, like tomorrow I'm flying on the 380, I'm sitting in a exit row, therefore that's a lot more leg room already. But I'm near the toilets, that's the downside. I'm not worried about that in terms of like the smell or anything. I'm talking about the noise of the toilet. But with my noise cancelling headphones, man, they cut everything out. so I can play solitaire in comfort. Oh, look at that. It's interesting. He's happy, look. Easier for me, engine noise, take off my hearing aids, it works everything. Oh, there we go, brilliant. What's that, GP, sorry? Oh yeah, they're just going to leave me lying there asleep. Yeah. Everybody get off the plane, don't worry about him, he's obviously asleep. But quickly get off the plane, hurry up, we'll worry about him in a minute. Silly, they're not going to do that. But he's asleep, well yeah, but that's his problem if he's wearing noise cancelling headphones. If he can't hear us all rummaging around the, lots of things flying everywhere. Are you sure I need to wake up, are you, Chilly? Wake up, yeah. Just wake up. Sake. Lana Q. People love plane toilets, even on a half-hour flight. They just got to go. Well, it depends on how. That's the one thing that I always do. Generally, is I tend to drink. Oh, she's cabin crew. Oh, okay. Right. Yes. Okay. Right. Yes. I don't know about they love them, but they just can't keep away from them. But when I fly, I will always make sure it's all right in the morning because you're not. But on a night flight, you want to make sure that you've. Look at this beautiful Air Canada jet, man. I do like that new livery, mate. Well, the most up-to-date livery, should I say? It's not new anymore, is it? Let's see if we get some wizards out of these engines. They might be Gen X. Probably, likely are in percentage terms. Fire it up! 5 tons of air being ingested. There's the first spool. Here it comes. Wow, that's a very D-rated takeoff, man. Half expect to see a pair of legs running underneath that. That was slow. That must be a very light aeroplane. Can you see the elevators still in the down position, which is quite interesting. Now they're leveling. Wow, all the way through. So that must be quite a light aircraft. She's going out early for a Dreamliner as well. They had the elevators keeping the nose down, man. She wanted to fly. Yeah, Florida's a great. Miami's a great location. Oh yeah, because we get it from morning, Paul here. We get the daybreak in Miami, the beautiful city of Miami, all lit up, looking very Miami Vicey. The airport's beautifully lit in the morning. We overlook 3 runways. Runway intersection between what runways are they, Gilly? The one that lands diagonally away from us, and then the one that cuts across that runway. And then we've got all the towers in shot as well, which looks really cool. Boba Fett. It's a great position. I love it. Runway 27 intersecting. Okay, 9 and 27. Okay, intersecting runways. Oh, right, okay, yeah, and the intersecting runways 1-3, yeah, okay. Yeah, I've got the 27 end and the 30 end, right, okay, yeah. Tuesday and Wednesday is going to be this time, folks, just because of logistical preferences. Yeah, and also price. Well, logistics does involve the price, the timings, the flights, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, availability, etc., etc. Lou Federer is a new member. Welcome, Lou. Good to see you. This plastic aeroplane. Outbound to Austin, Texas. Long flight, mate. Neil Christensen, the Logan Air flight is off to Londonderry. Now you want to maybe leave a little bit of space behind that 350, mate. You got a little aeroplane. You might get a little bit kicked about from the wash of that 350 or wake. It's just like it's an invisible wake, folks. That when you look at a little boat on a lake, even a little radio control one, even a little sailing dinghy makes a wake, and that's what these things are leaving behind. But with the air, and that's why you can't see it. Got a jet lined up to go across the Atlantic. It's a little A321. Wow. It's not even an XLR, man. Now I think... No, that's not... Double that engine and then put 8 of them on a B-52. That's the kind of thing. The Rolls-Royce F-130, although that is the Allinson engine, I believe. Allinson, okay. Maybe taking a bit of time to get the pressures up. George Smith, are there any books that give the age of an aircraft? Guys, keep those kind of questions coming. That's one I want to see in the chat. I don't want to see talk about a new bubble bath that they bought or something like that. I don't know. Completely off topic. I just want to see questions like that. And yes, there are. But I have to say that, George, the age of an aircraft can be found. Let me run you through this. This is going all the way across the Atlantic, folks. Blimey, Lou's jumped into superclass, Jimmy. Thank you, Lou. Great to see you. Get involved in the chat, please. Love any kind of questions that you might have. Remember, we all started with little knowledge. Well, that is for most people here, including myself. Even though my father was a pilot, there's a lot of things I've had to catch up with in the last 8 years in terms of new aviation. The modern jets, although I did have quite a lot of knowledge about the old stuff, but there is a big gap. There was a big gap in New Orleans. Look at this lovely old hot rod, I call it. So yeah, keep those questions coming. Now, in terms of George asking about the age of an aircraft, George, if you're on Flight Radar 24 right now, I've got that Delta 767 on my radar right now. She's headed to Atlanta, 767-432. Now, I think I'm right that if you click on the image, there it is. It is serial number 29700, and she is 24 years of age. So on your Flight Radar app, that is where you can get the knowledge. You don't have to buy a book, although there are a lot of books available. But for the modern type of research, you can use Flight Radar 24. I'm not sure. Over. No, you can't. So just bear in mind that on the free Flight Radar, yeah, you can put the aircraft registration into Google and you will easily come up with, I'm just talking about the quick way of doing it. If your air fleets and people like that will tell you about the age of the aircraft, who it once flew with, if it's been owned previously by other operators, etc., etc. And it's been converted maybe to cargo. I was just giving George an example. And I was looking at the radar. Richard Hall, do you have to take spare cameras on your trips? Always take two of everything, Richard. So this is the new VX3 camera, which we have noticed a noticeable difference in terms of her low light capabilities. Really good. So yes, listen to the hum of the Rolls Royce. Oh, she's Flight Radar 24 is £12. It's a bargain. And Melanie's saying thank you to Steph for highlighting it a couple of months ago. Yeah, that's the great thing about our community, folks, is that if I don't get to your question, then they'll get to it as well, and somebody will start a discussion about it. Hopefully not about the price of eggs. Armstrong, sun shining down near. I don't want any sun. Overlord 1944 loves the Sri Lankan 330. Saw these guys in reception down here earlier that had just come off that flight. So there we go, and that is George Smith. Thanks, Jerry. I've just gone on a Flight Radar, and it's great. There we go. We got a converted new 20. Flight Radar 2024 here. Overlord 1944, loving the Sri Lankan 330. This is what I call a hot rod jet. Look at the wingtip on it. What is the limiting age of an airliner if you can refit engines, etc.? John Bowling asking. Great question, John. Well, an aircraft will go on and on and on as long as it's continually maintained in terms of D-checks. That's where it gets more expensive, because as an aircraft gets older, it needs more repairs because of the airframe age, etc. So there is a point at which the aircraft becomes non-financially viable. At which point some of these aircraft will be sent back to the, let's just wait for this, because this is making some beautiful noises. Chernoff. Airliners are usually limited by its economic value. Wait for this guy to throw his lights in. Listen to that. Tell you a little bit of history of Heathrow in a little bit, folks. I just want to get this thing lighting up. Hands over here. I think these are CF6, either CF6 or Pratt & Whitney's. I think it's the launch bed really for the raked wingtip on the that later went onto the onto the 777. But this was the sort of like test bed for the raked wingtip. It does have what we commonly think of as a winglet. It has a different design, and that is the wing tip. Oh, she just came on, man. It's because we've got that Sri Lankan. Oh. Love this as well, man. So this was the direct competition with the 767. Was the A330, a big sort of game changer after they brought this thing into play after the A300. She's a bit grubby, isn't she? It's a panel inspection. It's panel inspection, isn't it? Wow. Yeah, all the way along the fuselage. See, now that's not... on that, folks. Wow, those treads, man. See, now this is a CF6, I think. Look at the rake on that thing. In other words, the front is lower than the back. It's definitely, it hasn't got that pitch angle at the back with the seats, the windows, like the A330. But now look at her. You put a level on the middle of that fuselage, mate, and that is not going to be level. No way. I'm pretty sure, unless it's just not huge. But this is a beautiful old aeroplane. CF6 engines, same engines on the DC-10, folks. Almost like a head of planes. Yeah! Now, for anybody who complains about me talking over the planes, watch that back, because that was just worthy, wasn't it? I do try and mix my voice in with the engines, folks, because I know that it can be quite annoying. I remember once when I started watching motorcycle racing, and there was a commentator on there that I didn't really sort of like his delivery, his style, you know. You got used to it, but then when you got a new commentator come along, and they sort of like, you know, more just a better delivery, basically, which mixes well with the. You've got to keep talking, but you've got to make sure that you give the aircraft a chance, especially when you get one like this that's on its own. Blimey, O'Reilly, what's going on? It's funny, isn't it? Heathrow can be like that. Look, empty, mate. Look at that. It's empty. Look. It's great. And yet, it doesn't take long before they stop the A380 coming out. Yeah, we can see them all coming out T5 now. Dun, 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 dun. Emma Wright has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Emma. I see an office blue. Sounds like it's going to be windy up in Yorkshire today. Absolutely level, Jerry Lowlander saying. Okay, interesting. Rightio. Let's have a little look at that then, because the A330 also has a sort of sit up and beg. You got that bleeding ears, eyes in the back of your head, yeah? It looks like QF2, A380 Singapore there in the background. Yes, it will be. It will be Orunta. That's the they sit her on remote stand over there till about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, something like that. So we've got a Dreamliner coming out. Somebody's saying that his dad, is it his dad? Tom says that he's in the left-hand seat of a 787-9 pushing back. Okay, Tom, well, we'll see. Okay, there he is, Tom. My dad's the captain. Yeah. It's obviously, as you can understand, Tom, we frequently get some people like, I'm on board the next plane landing. It's like, you can't be, mate. You wouldn't have any Wi-Fi availability, man. Well, look at that. Double bubble BA380s. That bodes well for me tomorrow, doesn't it? Gusty, isn't it? Yeah, look, a little bit of a crosswind element in there, only slight, but I just felt that little element of crosswind just blew over the top of us. See, look at the back of the 330. Look at the angle, the pitch of the seats. Obviously, from sort of like the 7th or 8th row back, you can see us an absolutely clear as day. You can see the pitch of the back of the aircraft going upwards, and that's why on the factory-built freighters they had to raise the front end by putting in an extension to raise it up, almost like putting a couple of pieces of 4x2 underneath it, you know what I mean? But just obviously a lot more technical than that. But they don't do that in the cargo conversion, and the reason for that is so that they can move the freight about inside the cargo hold in the top of the aircraft, rather than having to struggle pushing it. But obviously Teller, I think it is, have amazing new sort of like freight moving floor that they install, and it is it's very well sophisticated, far more than it used to be honest with you. The capabilities of being able to move a piece of freight Obviously containerized, but then again, sometimes it's, you know, it's loose freight that's just strapped down and with tough cellophane and stuff like that. So this is the Neo. Very clever move by Airbus. Look at the winglet on it, folks. Well, the shark clip. How crazy it looks from different angles. Look. Watch it change shape, literally. When it's side on at us is when it's at its... See, there's almost a 350 right there. Obviously a shallower curve. But watch it change its dynamic. Look at that. Especially around about now. Look at that, man. How different does that look from the side on angle and compared to the other side, which you can't see? That's the new wing. Well, more or less a new wing, I would imagine. Much more stronger pylon, and obviously everything involved in that would be beefed up to the max, obviously, because that engine weighs, I think it's actually heavier than the Trent 700, believe it or not, because it obviously has a bigger casing, doesn't it? I think a lot of that will be down to the casing of the engine, you know, the cowling system and the reverser system. Very heavy, the reverser system. Look how beautiful that engine is, man. Similar to the old fence tip. This isn't him, is it? This isn't Tom's old man, is it, Jilly? This one here? No, okay. Well, supposedly. Okay. Okay, alright, that's good. Okay, no problem. Hello! Hello! Where are you going? Dubai today, old boy. What about you? Oh, just finished, yeah. Well, see you later then. Roger that, old boy. Cheerio. I'm going off down here, look. Oh, well done. Is that GP, sir? Well, we'll just have to get down to the railway position. Well, it kind of has a shelf life, doesn't it? It'll have a shelf life. It'll be good enough for, because they keep it warm, don't they? I think they keep it. Comes from the caterers fresh, doesn't it? But I'd imagine that it has at least a 12-hour shelf life on it, surely. Especially if it's prepared, but obviously it's not. I don't think it's not refrigerated, is it? So it's warmed, so you can't let it. Well, you can let it cry, I don't know. Obviously, if an aircraft's delayed, they may have catered it. In which case, I mean, you see these aircraft that are on stands, on remote stands. Sometimes the caterers will go out there and cater the aircraft many hours before the aircraft is due to depart. So, you know, and the ground power systems will keep the aircraft, especially the galley, I'd imagine, to be able to keep the food warm, I would imagine. Or maybe they do shut the whole thing down and then just, when it arrives from the caterers, is it pre-warmed? I think it is. It's quite cool actually from that angle, doesn't it? Imagine actually flying that like that. How cool would that be? A giant flying machine. Obviously you'd be giant, but do you know what I mean? From that angle, lying down rather than like in a racing car. You know, you're not with me really, are you? I'm off on the world of my own. I'm sure there's a bit of sort of like PlayStation in there somewhere, isn't there? Aidan Campbell, Cathay Pacific Cargo 747-8, 1 hour 22 minutes out. Let's hope they put her in the hold for quite some time. Oh no, no, she's definitely coming in on that runway, isn't she? Look at the size of those Trent 900 engines, folks. I tell you what, you've got to give it up for Rolls-Royce, haven't you? In terms of engine development, look at the Trent family. How many variants of engines have they built compared to, you know, General Electric or Pratt & Whitney or anybody else for that matter? Obviously, General Electric, CF56, CFM56, best-selling engine in the world, but really other than that, well, they got CF6, a GENX engine, the G90, 115B, yeah, so we're counting 5, 4, 5, yeah, but Pratt & Whitney, PW2000, 4000, actually that's quite a good subject, you know, for who's the undisputed champion of the world in terms of, because obviously you have military applications as well, don't you? As well as obviously the commercial side, but we could split them up. We could quite easily split them up. Leslie Fraser went on remote stand for 5 hours with Qatar while they tried to fix the engine on Thursday. We were fed and watered continually. Wow, the crew looked exhausted. Wow, Leslie, that's crazy. Let's read that one back. Went on a remote stand for 5 hours with Qatar while they tried to fix the engine on Thursday. We were fed and watered continually. The crew looked exhausted. Oh my goodness me. Well, surely they had to refuel the aircraft, or and also the flight crew would have had to have changed, wouldn't they, Leslie? You know, both the cabin and the flight crew, because I don't know what your destination was, but that's insane. 5 hours on a remote stand. Honestly, I don't think I've ever heard anything so crazy. Is there an engine? Oh, can't you hear me? Okay. Did say what? Sorry, Julie, say it again. I'm just looking. I think G patented variable stator technology. Ellis Chernoff saying, wow, patented variable. Well, that's part of it then, isn't it? That's interesting. Somebody saying Rolls-Royce champion for wide bodies. I'm going to give it to Rolls-Royce, you know. I'm going to give it to Rolls-Royce, but we're going to do the show next, not next Friday, but the next show that we do from base is going to be about engine development through the ages. That will be pretty cool. Right, what's that, GP? Say that again. Wow, Chrissy's saying, I thought 3 hours on a remote with Delta was bad. Hey, is this our Dreamliner here, GP? Okay. So that's Tom's old man sitting right there. Sorry, Leslie's saying it was crazy. Well, they were going to refuel, but they couldn't fix the engine. We're going to be going to Doha. We left 24 hours late, the same crew. Oh my goodness. So, they couldn't fix the engine. We were going to Doha. We left 24. Oh, so they deplaned you then? After 5 hours, they deplaned you. Oh my goodness me. Now, it's a bit of a shame. It's a bit of a shame, this guy, he needs to come all the way round the back. Don't turn left. Carry on straight up behind the 380. That's what we need. And he is. He is. Excellent. Okay, so he's going to go long. And that's why he knows me eventually, apparently. Ladies and gentlemen, the Trent 900. We'll come back for the rotate, yeah? This is a sorry, man, I'm just going to cut to this quick. I'm losing in the cloud. Was that Arthur? Beautiful. Gorilla into the mist. Go on in, Tom's dad. If it really is Tom's dad, or if it's just a 15-year-old kid making it up. I don't know. It might be 15-year-olds, but he might not be making it up. I don't know. But, you know, it happens. And apologies if you are genuine, Tomo. Tom's dad, sorry. Chrissy, yes, that was Arthur. Claire G, LDN, just got him to find I've been gifted membership. Thank you so much. There we go. Claire G in London, I'm guessing. Good to see you. Off to Mexico City. Yeah, we're looking into a couple of new locations for next year, folks. Obviously, we're going to Perth in March. We're looking at Istanbul, as we discussed earlier. And also, thank you to Paul and Callum, his son, sent us quite a lengthy video, which was from a position at, where was it, GP? Incheon. Seoul, Incheon, there we go, yeah. So we've got to call Seoul, really. And thank you to Paul and Callum for that. Trace Av. Rad Istanbul is massive. Nathan, negative on Joburg at the moment, Nathan. We believe there are some restrictions out there. Didn't we read that the other day though, GB? Oh look, he's got an old liveried radome. Look at that. It's the big beak. Oh, he's all self-aware, isn't he, now? He's all embarrassed, look. Oh, it's like coming out with an odd pair of shoes on. Which I did once, all the way, commuted from Aywatif to London Bridge with the wrong coloured shoes on. Well, odd coloured shoes, shouldn't say. As soon as I noticed when I was on the train, I was like, oh my god, okay, massively self-aware. No one else was obviously, they weren't that noticeable. Paul Skinner's gifted a channel membership. Thanks, mate. Yeah, some great footage there from Callum, who's got his own. He's got his own YouTube channel, as so many people have, man. It's amazing. He gets around a bit, does old Callum, I have to say. He's got an odd radome as well. Look, they're going to pull that one from the spares. Crank that over with the tiller, the tight part of it. Now it's all about the foot pedals, the rudder pedals, which are now controlling at 60 knots. It will lock the front wheel out. Yeah! Takeoff thrust set. Input via the rudder pedals, which are still operational for the main brakes if the necessity arises, which is usually, I think, the tips of the tops of the rudder pedals. So right now they're just very easily, in fact, very little input on that rudder, to be honest with you, because it is quite calm and it is more or less a direct headwind as well. So you'll see very little adjustment. The only adjustment that you normally get is right at the point where the engines power up, because you might get a slight pull from one side to the other in terms of, you know, the engines, even though they're beautifully tuned and synchronized. The delivery may be slightly laggy on one compared to the other. Sorry, mate, we're going to have another look at you. Oh, do you have to look at my... It's puffing out like that. Jilly, that plane, yeah? That plane is like this. You know what I mean? Like, mate, you have to. I've got nothing on. I've got nothing on, mate. Let's get the hell out of here, man. Look at your funny nose, mate. Still smiling though, isn't he? Look. It's not like you're driving through it, is it? Like, you know, on the way through. You've got organised flights and everything, haven't you? And I'm not a spring chicken, mate. Flipping heck. If you're going to Haneda, you might as well go to Anchorage. Oh yeah, and while you're at it, you might as well be close enough to go to bleeding Hawaii, aren't you? Yeah. You're all right, aren't you? Yeah, what's the matter with you? Yeah. Well, it looks even worse from that angle, doesn't it? Actually, that looks like a cat in a funny sort of way, Jilly. Now it looks all right. Forget about it being a beak, but think about it being the snoot. It's got a little snoot below it, yeah? It turns into the beak and then it turns into the boopy nose, but yeah. Or the under nose bit. Anyway, whatever. Angry birds, yes. He's angry. Now that, I think, folks, I might be wrong, but is that GE90 powered United 777-200? Because they do have a mix, don't they, of the GEs and the Pratt & Whitney 4s. Omid tuning in from Atlanta. Mac Cat Lady odd noise. It's just a beautiful noise. The cat lady. Is her name Mac and she is the cat lady? I think that is it, isn't it, Jilly? I don't know. Yeah. Nice. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at that. Big moustache. Yeah, the other can tell red strip on the cowl. Okay, the red strip on the cowl. On the outside of the cowl, I'll have to check that. The comms strip is much closer to the front of the engine on the Trent 1000. Look at this beautiful view right across there as the sun shines down on Heathrow. This is wonderful, wonderful. Ooh, Ellis saying I think that was a former Continental triple with the GE90. This is looking good in this state, in this light, I think. Look at this, man. Expo jet. Just with a new name on the side. New one out, haven't they? course, they've got the orange cowled or yellow cowled. And then, of course, they've got the NBA. Oh, chance of thunderstorms in Miami, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, didn't we get lightning there last time, Jilly? We did, man. Trent 700 here. You know, if you go right back through the decades, of course, Pratt & Whitney with the PW3, sorry, the JT3 and all the different variants, then the 9 as well. Here we go. You know, that thing starts off on the spooler. It's sort of like, oh, okay, and then it just gets louder and bleeding louder, doesn't it? I mean, it's almost up to the sort of like same decibels as like an F-15 or something like that at one stage of it. It's insane, man. That Trent 700, look at that beautiful vortex coming off those fence tips. Oh yeah, nice. Jonathan Curran is a returning member. Is that 2 Jonathan Currans? There's 3 Jonathan Currans there. Wait a minute, that's a glitch. Sorry, Jonathan, unless you've... May 23, the 2 airlines signed a... Oh, okay, this is obviously about Continental and United, maybe, the merger or the buyout or whatever it was, I don't know. He's obviously giving the history of that particular merger. Of course, there were so many airlines that were eaten up by the big players, you know, when they started creating flag carriers, so to speak. But of course, there's that battle between United and American, certainly over here in terms of, you know, I think in terms of numbers of aircraft, numbers of services, I think American just about pips it. Of course, United have got their own facility here now, XBA maintenance hangar there. You can see one of their 767s being worked on or being ready to be worked on or whatever it might be. So they're able to deal with issues which, let's face it, they're having a lot of. Anyone who has old aircraft like the 767-300 in operation are going to have issues with the old engines and also the aging interiors, really, you know, until, you know, so they just, I guess they had it. Well, I don't know if BA approached them or approached a group of people and just said, you know, it's up for grabs if anyone wants it. H.M413JG is a 40-year-old 737-200 based at Honolulu. We've probably seen that, isn't that the one we saw I'm sure there are older aircraft. Didn't we see that one at Honolulu, Gilly? N413JG, H dot. Is H dot no, he's been here for 2 years, so H dot, I don't know if you're first class or premium, but regardless of whatever it is, if you go and look back at the Honolulu shows, in fact, I think even on the video that the short bet did, I think either Johnny did or I did, or we did a video. Maybe I did a video of it. Yeah. I put a little yeah. But a beautiful example with the old Pratt & Whitney JT3Ds, I think, on the old 737. I think it's a 200, isn't it? Beautifully polished engine cowls, man. Such a beautiful aeroplane. It's a cargo jet as well. It's a cargo jet? Yeah, it's a cargo jet, yeah. Is Helen, right, okay. Well, how am I supposed to know that? Unless she says, puts Helen on, or Helen. I don't know people's individual names, folks. So, independent names, yeah. Can you fit into 1 year? Well, 12. if we do all the USA, but 11 if we just do Perth. But we don't know where we don't know what we're going to be doing from 1 month to the next. To be honest with you, folks, that you know us by now that's the kind of way we roll in terms of. But rest assured, we'll always be taking our members somewhere every month without doubt. This year. And yeah, we were. Catch up, couldn't we? That would be fun, man. That would be really fun. I mean, I think most people have either, well, you know, Christmas Day is, you know, you're asking quite a lot. People have got family round, and you know, there's one fella that I want to say a shout out to, isn't it, Gilly? That elderly gentleman. That fella. What were the details on that? You got the deets on that, yeah? And when am I supposed to be doing it as well? Oh, okay, yes, I got you. Yeah. That was a birthday. We've already done that. Yeah, right, okay. Ellis Chernoff has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Ellis. Lovely gentleman. Ellis, for those of you who don't know, folks, he's from the old school of piloting. Well, not old school, but he's flown the classics in his time, including the DC-10. Like me old man. He's not as old as my old man would have been. But anyway, I just, you know, when your old man dies at not a young age, but sort of like, you know, I think he was in his mid-70s or something like. Oh no, coming towards 80, I think he was, but because he loved flying so much, he hit the bottle after they retired him, literally, because it's just the way it happens, isn't it? He flew in the old classic days of flying, and he couldn't bear the idea of flying on the puddle hoppers. You know, he was offered, you know, to fly sort of like ATR type regional aeroplanes across the channel from like Port Bournemouth or something like that, and he was like, nah mate, I'm not doing that. Not after I've been flying DC-8s and big jets like that. And nah, you're alright, you can keep all of that. And then, you know, just wallop. Listen to those engines, man. Creeping up to position. Yeah. Poncho D, you remember? Rocco Poncho. Sorry, Ellis. Oh, mate, I tell you what, I had a terrible vision. Oh, talking of ATR puddle hoppers. That fellow yesterday, a lovely fellow who comes into ARD, and I've got to shake his hand. He's got to put his cup in the other hand, and he's gone all over his jacket. Cringe, one of them cringe moments where you know, he apologised to me. What's he apologising to me for? Well, Jonathan Portfield. 65 miles an hour gusts in Orkney. Wow. We'll have a bit of that. Listen to this. This is a leased aeroplane, folks. Still tuning in from Seattle. Thank you. Well, baby, I hear the dudes are calling. It's just Saturday scrambled eggs. What you do with the Saturday scrambled eggs? We're doing it again. Thank you, Seattle. Dr. Smith. Jerry, do you think your father would be into what you're doing today as a father and son combo? Nah. The old man was, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you know, at some point I'm hoping to meet Ellis, and I believe that BBLLB is going to be down here too. So we might get some pilot input and discussion while we're out there in Miami, which will be great because we always love to do that. And of course there is, there is always some moments of not a lot happening down at that at the railway tracks. So it'll be good to have company there to fill in between it. The one thing is I would like to do is try and get up on those sleepers. But a couple of people up there might be a little bit difficult, but we'll have to see in terms of, but we'll work it out. Ellis Sherlock was born 50 years after Kitty Hawk. Yes. It is amazing, isn't it, how aviation has over such a short period in time in terms of it's free. You see the tail's quite shallow in it compared to the 318. Big old tail on the 318 like the 747 SP Jonathan Porterfield. You see that, Chilly? Shortest flight ever, 90 seconds. With the winds behind you, Westray to Papa Westray with Logan Air. Wow, has anyone ever done that? You know, in terms of covering it, in terms of like, you know, I'm sure it's on YouTube, isn't it? Someone's got to have a YouTube video of that, haven't they? That would be quite funny doing it semi-live, you know. So, hold on a minute and a half. Let's just figure this out. A minute and a half. Taking into consideration the runway length, is that from wheels off ground, Jonathan? Or is that literally, that's how long the flight takes? So 1 minute, 30 seconds is quite, it's long enough. However, I'm just thinking in terms of, you know, my possible range with this camera, because how far is Westray from Papa Westray? Okay, whilst we're working that out, listen to this. Jim, that's the Panasonic VX3. Sony got a VX3 as well, though. Look at this beautiful aircraft. All yours, sir. The runway is all yours. Look at this. Occupying both runways, man. Yeah, good timing, man. Jonathan Porterfield, 1.5 miles. Well, I would get it taking off and landing from one position then, easily. Especially if I went between the two. Tell you what, I've got a bleeding decibel thing on my phone as well, haven't I? I should do a decibel check. I'm sure we'll have at least one more 767 and another 330 with Trent 7s going out before the switch over, because that was flipping loud. Oliver Emmett, what a phenomenal sound. That is fantastic. Great feedback. Thank you for that, Oliver. That climb out, man. Full burn on those engines. Look at that. Yeah. Beautiful. Hey, good looking. Brian Stewart, was that chipped paint on the 767? Wouldn't surprise me. Do you remember old Peely? We didn't call him. Do you remember the Flaky? That was it, yeah. Flaky. I'll have you, Flaky. Ah, shut up, Blakey. of them all. No. Yeah, I think they started using some sort of like dermatological cream on it. Yeah, man. Ian Miller, Steve Marsh has done video of the West Coast flights, right? Well, we'll just take your word for it, and it must be an unbelievable experience. 90 seconds, but it's 1.5 miles. Could you not drive there quicker? Based on the fact that you got a deplane, you got to get on the plane, strapped in, taxi, get out to the takeoff point, da-di-da-di-da, or is it across the water? Oh, it's across the water, is it? Okay. Speedboat. Or is it a very patchy, rough part of the North Channel, wasn't it? A bit northern. Is it the North Channel? No. Don't be stupid, Jerry. Don't say that to me. The North Sea, sorry. It would be the North Sea, wouldn't it? Quite like that little touch of gold on the engine nacelles, quite nice. Saying, Island to Ireland, thank you, sir. My apologies for my ignorance. And no plans for a bridge. Yes, in the middle of nowhere, innit? It'll take me 6 days to get there. No, I think it's worthy of a video upload, but not worthy of going all the way live. Apologies, but I was watching an alternative history documentary where they explored a world where Boeing never existed. Interesting idea. Idea that Boeing, well, it would just be Airbus world, wouldn't it? That's all it would have been without Boeing. Mind you, Boeing have been the sort of like one of the United States' biggest revenue streams over the years. Prior to all this messing around with McDonnell Douglas, to be honest with you, ever since the McDonnell Douglas days, they've sort of like tanked in a big way. Still produced amazing aeroplanes and done a great job, considering that they are all connected together in terms of the space program, etc., etc. But yeah, it's a bit of a shame that they did do that. It wasn't the best idea in the world, was it? But a lot of people have discussed that and how much it messed up the whole business model for Boeing. They were doing very well, to be honest with you. Didn't need to get involved with McDonnell Douglas. I think they maybe did it to buy them out of the marketplace so that they wouldn't be a threat to Boeing anymore. But anyway, whatever. Minutes for CX7, Aaron Thomas, Jamie Lee Wiley, good afternoon. minutes to go out. Got another hour and 5 minutes left yet. GE 1990 equipped 777-200. Wind your neck in, mate. It's only a little flipping two-door. Tell you one thing I would like to try and do in 25, and we've kind of got that. Relationship with the NASA guy. What's his name, Julie? Who are they? The NASA flight. They're live, aren't they? They're a channel, aren't they? NASA space flight, that's it. Look at that, beautiful. 777. We should reach out to them again because I'd love to do. They cover the Starlink, Musk's stuff, don't they? Their launches and stuff, don't they? It certainly seems like they're doing satellite launches like once a week at least, aren't they now? At NASA or other space deployment launch pads. Jez Bass. He's back. Good to see you, Jez. Kelvin Grant, slick looking Air India livery. SpaceX, there we go, the Falcon. I like to see one of the SpaceX launches, mate. And especially the ones where they come back down on the launch pad. What date's that, Julie? Oh, you see, they've got at least one a month, I think. Look at these beautiful visuals, folks. Talking about SpaceX, yeah, man, yeah, wow. And the thing is that unlike the NASA big rocket launches, these things are normally more or less on time, aren't they? They don't have like 2-week delays and all that kind of thing. They're regular, unless of course it's extremely windy or the weather doesn't, it's low cloud or something like that. Which for there, I guess, is really quite rare, I would imagine. Get auto fade out in these conditions. It's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah. There are your traditionalists with Air Canada and their head and shoulders livery, some people call it. even though, yeah, it is the kind of head and shoulders colour, isn't it? That versus the what we call the, well, actually their air crew call it the trash panda, and also some people call it, I call it the bandit, because of his, or Amy Winehouse, the Amy Winehouse flick at the front. Looking very, very like she's on her flipping, look. It's like a model on a catwalk, innit? Look at that. Male or female, or whatever. Okay, just in case. So there's your old and your new, ladies and gentlemen, right there. And I love the new. The newer, should I say. Because the new isn't new anymore, is it? Oh, yes, obviously, there you go. You see, there's a perfect example of members getting involved. Somebody called Reem has obviously asked about air traffic control. Let's just see if we can find that. Yeah. So he's talking about during taxiing, air traffic control. Great question. And then Reem, that's brilliant. Yeah, these pilots, the pilots in front, this Air Canada jet will be clear for takeoff. 27 right, behind the accompanying Dreamliner. And this guy here will be told to line up and wait. As will this guy being that holding position. This guy's now being, they either get the line up and wait call, but normally as they're entering the taxi, entering the runway, they will be given clearance so that air traffic control can work on other stuff that's lining up, like the SAS jet lining up behind that triple. So he's been given clearance already. He's just waiting for the opportunity. So after the accompanying Air Canada 787, line up and wait, this guy here. Then there will be a visual sort of like guide in terms of, you know, the pilots themselves. This guy getting the next call after the accompanying 777, line up and wait. So they're just waiting for the other aircraft to obviously vacate the runway. Once that aircraft is wheels up, they'll call clear takeoff, runway 27 right, and give them the winds. And this guy's now being told to line up and wait behind the accompanying 777. Or the company 777, not accompanying. Anna C. That's a great question, Anna. Are there any ATC sim games? I'd love to try one if there are. That's a great question because... oh, really? Okay, tower simulator, really? Okay. Well, there we go, Anna. Apparently there's a few of them. I had no idea that there was. Oh, wow. But if you're good at that, then you could qualify to become a simulator operator on that sim. Now, that would be something to really go for, man. And then your next step literally is, easy, son. It's a bit keen, isn't he? Gonna get some GE90 in your face, mate. Wow, mind your pitot tube, son. It's on the runway. And it's full power. Wow. He's got a full base thing, mate. Look at that. We've had grit and everything flying at it, wouldn't he? Pebble dashed the side of that 320. Heck. Obviously not quite that bad, but you know, a little bit keen is all I'm saying. Wow. Even Nirvana's dad worked on aircraft carrier as well. It's crazy, man. Brave young men back then. No choice either. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh flipping heck. Oh yeah. Oh man. Look at that. It's the Starship Enterprise logo, isn't it? Just for a second. Wow. Right on the button. That may change literally from one takeoff to the next in terms of the adiabatic effect. Or the floof. Okay, let me start over here. Andy B is a returning member. Welcome back, Andy B. No, that's a glitch. Matt Weaver has gifted 10 memberships. I think that's glitched to 2, to another 10. I don't know if he's done 20. If you have, but it's 10 memberships. Thank you, sir, Matt Weaver. South is Nice has gifted a membership. Oh, look, a little bit of break in the cloud, mate. So that could improve overhead shots. Is that a 330? Is that a 330, Jim? Ghost Ship tonight on CBS. Ellis Shern of hydrogen would be great, but has too many issues. Well, or has many issues. Well, let's talk about that, Ellis, when we meet, because it sounds like we might. I personally, from an engineering perspective, don't see a problem with hydrogen storage on an aircraft. Also, with it being mixed, obviously, with the air to create cell technology, which is obviously the way of storing the electricity that's created by the mixture of hydrogen and air. But the only problematic thing I could potentially see would be the storage of the hydrogen. But really, in terms of technology these days and their capabilities of storing volatile liquids, surely aviation fuel, I know it's not, well, I don't know, but it's as volatile or what. Obviously it needs a spark to get it going, and but the technology that goes into the fuel tanks of aircraft and the sealing systems and all that kind of thing. I don't know about the weight issue with the batteries and so on and so forth, but anyway, we shall discuss. Flying career mode. Bob Walters, composer, saying flying career mode on Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. PhD's a new member, returning member. Sorry, PhD, welcome back. Nice to see you. Saying about the movement, the logistics of moving the hydrogen, regardless of what form it's in. But yeah, no, I can appreciate that. But I'm sure that these kind of challenges have always come to the developers and designers and engineers, and they always seem to find a way through it. In terms of right at the beginning, like how do we the initial design of the Comet, for example, we want this to fly long distance. It's got 4 engines. Where are we going to put the fuel? How are we going to contain it? How are we going to transport it? And that's moved from being transported in Bowsers initially, from obviously fuel stations, to pipelines and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know, I'm sure that the scientists are working hard on it. PhD. Helicopter models. Oliver Emmett. This is the Pratt & Whitney engine. Straight out, turn it and burn it. With sustainable aviation fuel at the moment is the cost of sustainable aviation fuel. Even now, it's not new technology anymore, but even now it still costs about at least 3 times its equivalent, which would be Jet A1. Of course, all the engines are capable of using sustainable aviation fuel in 100%, but it's just in terms of logistically supplying sustainable aviation fuel, because obviously it costs a lot of money to grow, if you're going to grow it in a plant form, which there's been talk of like huge farms in in the Gulf states, that kind of thing. All this is nice. But if you're talking about, putting it through a treatment farm, you obviously have to, you can't just go literally down to McDonald's, and mind you, they all use their own fuel for biofuel. But you have to have a treatment process to create that biofuel, which obviously costs money, but time will tell. And also bear in mind that the future of hydrogen flight, certainly for the next 50 years maybe, will be only for domestic regional aeroplanes like the ATR or the turboprops that we see out there. You're not even a something like a 318. You need a lot of power to get these things off the ground. There goes old. She's been like that for a while. She won't have her rudder. Oh, I'll tell you what will probably happen with that jet. She'll probably get her rudder back because her rudder has gone off for repair. I believe from what I'm seeing there. CX7 approaching Sussex Coast Alien Camp Terminus. 737 over there, nice NG. Yeah, well, having batches is not feasible. Well, you think how many batches this thing's got in it. Look at the electrical power of the Dreamliner, and that's half the reason, one of the main reasons, it has to be said, why the Dreamliner was so heavily delayed, due to its the complexity of its electrical systems and subsequent failures within it. But they've, they cured it, they got round it, they fixed it, modernised it, and look at it now. A very popular Boeing jet, and a beautiful one at that, man. Alexander, rare 737 sighting. Yeah, it is. Look at that. That is quite rare. Not for where we're going next week, but for here, yeah. To the right of this aircraft, well, actually the left and the right of this aircraft, if you look vertically over the airfield, to its left, our right, you see the darkened patch of tarmac there. That's actually part of the old runway, believe it or not. I think that might be runway 23 from back in the day. Show a little bit more of that in a minute. Bless you. Chuck Tannehill has gifted 5 channel memberships. Thank you, Chuck. Looking very smart in your Hawaiian shirt by the looks of it. There we go. It's going to be at Maho Beach for Christmas. Don't know why Etihad obviously had a deal with Boeing to paint this aircraft, but why, as we call it the Greenliner, why didn't they have that included in the name at the back? I know Boeing probably would have accepted that, to be honest with you, instead of Dreamliner. But Greenliner, because that's what this is all about, man. It's all about sustainable aviation in general, including the cabin facilities and all that. Bit odd that. You can appreciate, the amount of thrust which would be converted into torque if it was an electrical motor. There's no way that an electrical motor is powerful enough yet, other than a sodding great big massive one, which would be, for a wind turbine or something. I don't know, whatever. But you need. I don't know how many, what would it be in terms of the thrust, the power, the thrust that these engines are putting out, converted to electrical power. You would not be able, you'd be able to possibly, even during flight, they only throttle back by during the cruise. I thought that they throttled back quite a lot, but they don't. They throttle back only a small amount. Look at the A320 profile versus the 737. How old does that 737 look in terms of its? How do they fit those sodding great big engines underneath the 737? By pitching them up and moving them forward, which changed the whole equilibrium and flight dynamics of the 737, and the rest, as they say, is history. Couldn't make the undercarriage longer because obviously you've only got a certain amount of space. Can't move the engines out. I think there might be a slightly bigger wing, a longer wing on the 737 MAX. But look at that difference between the CFM56 engine and how flat it is. What did you do? Great factoids, thank you Birdman. He's a subby. Get yourself onto membership, Birdman, because I love quality chat like that. He's saying a Trent 1000 on a Toga takeoff, that makes takeoff go around power, full power takeoff at 140 knots generates 81,000 pounds of thrust, which equates to 34,560 horsepower with two engines. That's 69,120 horses galloping down the runway, towing an aeroplane. 69,000 horses. It's insane, isn't it, when you think of it that way? Look who's coming out to play. Start up. Air 146 with hydrogen being moved into tanks similar to LPG gases. So it has to be chilled down there. A lovely old 737. Let's give us some love. Look at that. They're like buses, aren't they, these two? Look. One after the other. Literally. Yeah, it would be quite messy with 69,000 horses, wouldn't it? Be a lot of poo to clear up. For that 7.3, wow. Blimey. Shallow climber. Oh, look at that 350 going out. Intersect. Beautiful trend. Look at that engine. Tide is about. Oh, there he is there. RAC saying, I noticed some planes have letters above the windscreen. Does anyone know what they signify? Yes, RAC. Generally, it's the depends on the operator. Not all of them have it, but BA certainly do. These guys have it's last two digits of the registration. I think you'll find they also do it on the undercarriage doors as well, as you can see there, and on the tail. So depends on the airline, the operator. This intersecting departure. Obviously quite light, I would have thought, but they do have amazing takeoff capabilities. Black smoke coming out of it, for crying out loud. Yeah, Corgi, he's right. You know, it's like I said, it's not all of them are the reg, but a lot of them do. But like he's saying there, Corgi's saying that it's sometimes part of the ship number. They do on the American jets as well, don't they? I think on the undercarriage doors you'll see ship number, but also ETOPS numbers as well. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, that's a shame. What's his name? Christopher Donk. As in, almost like sounding. Okay, a bit like. Oh, okay, for Donk. Well, that's going to be Dutch, isn't it? I would have thought, isn't it? Yeah, South African or. Oh, okay. There you go. So that's, what's that? 787-9 BLK Lima Kilo. Okay, so there we go. So that's ship number, maybe. I don't know. So he's absolutely bang on with that one. Matt Weaver, Gavin, a shout out to RJ, mate. Gifted a membership. Thanks, mate. Made a count with G indicates the country of origin. This is the case for all aircraft registration prefixes, for example, the United States prefixes N, yes indeed. This is the Pratt & Whitney engine on this Austrian jet. Look at that line-up, man. Look at that shot, man. Yeah, busy Heathrow, man. Look at this. Oh, interesting airline photo, thank you. Red line on the nose wheel door indicates max turning angle for the tug driver when pushing back. Red line on the nose door. Interesting. Thank you. Now, if he comes to a stop, you might see that extend ever so slightly. Hold on. Hello! Oh, it's not working. Sorry. I've got to upgrade, haven't I? Oh. I've got to upgrade for it, haven't I? Hello? No. It's run out, and it's 30 days has run out, hasn't it? On that decibel thing, I'd have to upgrade now. Get another one then. Sorry, folks. I want to get the dB on this 767's engines, man. But then against a Trent 700, and we're going to have a Trent 700 before we finish. I don't think we are, you know. 26 minutes. Laura Leone is a new member, I think. People saying hello. Oh, she's gifted a channel membership. So I'm not seeing it. Didn't see that. Didn't come up. No, there's a glitch. I know. All I've got is Matt Weaver's last of 10 memberships. Yeah, right, okay. Thank you to everybody who's gifted memberships, man. Chuck Tannehill, Tim Pierce, Jay Mank, and Laura, all gifting memberships. Thank you so much. That hasn't come up on my phone, folks, so I do apologise. Flying bedstead. Do aircraft carry consumable spares on board as a matter of course? Not really flying bedstead. If there's an operational problem with the aircraft, they'll either return to base or it will be fixed after the aircraft has, after the passengers have deplaned. There's a big old, sometimes if there is I've had a case where an Aer Lingus jet that I was flying on, we had to wait at the gate because look at that big old line-up, man. Cashier number 3, please. Yeah, I had to sit at the gate while the Aer Lingus mechanics rolled up in their little van, got out, and made some adjustments. Same thing with a 757 at Gatwick, where I had to wait while the brake system was changed. Those CF6 engines on that 767. Look how the nose is pitched out. Double exam. Good afternoon to you, brand new member. Kevin Beasley, 747, 2 minutes out. Oh, Aviation Addict has just gifted 5 channel memberships. Thank you, Aviation Addict. And we've got Airline Photo is a returning member. Welcome back, Airline Photo. Got you, Kevin. Tony Rivers. Okay, don't worry, I will get that 747, folks. Don't you worry about it. As if I'm going to miss it. Thank you, Ellen. Brian Stewart, Dreamliner, has now been flying for 15 years. Wow. I am. I just got that. Yeah. You're thinking he's up. Yeah. You're thinking at 3 o'clock. Yeah. Your cashier number 3 is always very quick. That's why they're always the first to be called. It works better anyway, doesn't it? Alexis has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Alexis. Should we get the approach on this jumbo, folks? Let's get this. Ooh, he's angry. Boeing, the 777's like, no, you don't. Wait for me. Wait for me. Your Majesty. The courtiers are out. Trumpets. Oh, listen to the 76 lining up. Might even see that in Miami, Jilly. I've got to come back to this 76 because he's next in line after the 350, so he's going to be line up and wait any moment now, giving instructions.
These mics out first. No, well, there was talk of
these guys do film us from time to time, don't they? The NPAS man. And they do from time to time do some thermal imagery around Heathrow, don't they? And he's coming around, so you never know, man. They might be on their way somewhere, because we're followed by them on Twitter, aren't we? And they come on in, girl. Here we go. Sorry about that, sir or madam. We are ready for you now, and look who's lining up. That ain't a plane. This is a plane. George, this big lad has just burst on his number 2 and number 3, probably just his inboards, giving a little bit of wow, she's quite a dirty jet for Emirates, isn't she? Don't often see her. She's due for a paint job, this one, look. Korean, sorry, Korean, yeah, and the Slinger, yeah. Okay. Because I've got to get back and get myself set for tomorrow. It's an early start. Aviation addict, I am on the top deck. I'm not in the window, but I am going to ask the gentleman or lady who's sitting next to me in the window if they mind me sitting in the window in their seat. If they're like me, they will say no. Sorry, but I do like to look out the window. They might be like, oh yeah, no worries. I've had it before, you know. Nip up the front, say hello to the flight crew as well if I can. Because when you get on the 380 to go upstairs, you actually walk past the steps up to the flight deck, don't you? You're not halfway down it, you're right at the front of it. So I will just, I'll speak to the manager. But it is the manager of the cabin crew manager that you need to speak to, isn't it? Yeah. David McCall Smith is a brand new member. Welcome, David. Saudi is 787. 787, sorry. Nice Rachel. He knows I'm in watching. Yeah. Now, you know what? She always had that white nose, all white nose, or would she originally have had grey underneath that pinstripe? Very boopy there, isn't it? Needs the anti-glare at the underneath the windshield though, doesn't it? I wouldn't give up my window seat, that's for sure. You never know. Some people are just there because that's the seat that they've been given. Wow! Go on the trains! Sure that even though the pinstripe is right and the black nose is right, I think the underpaint is wrong. Yeah. Never take crew any food or anything like that. I always give them stickers. Bars of chocolate ain't going to work, is it? It's against the regulations to start with, I think. Yeah. There you go, mate. How you doing, fella? Here's a bar of Cadbury's dairy milk. Oh, thanks. It's always interesting when you talk to the crew on a 380 to find out where they've come from. You know, I came from the 318 or 319, or you know, I did. You know, some of them cut their teeth on 737 like 200s and stuff like that, or 111s or Fokker 120s or whatever the hell they are. You know, some of them are quite young. You know, they haven't got a lot of hours in terms of like, you know, like your hardened. What's that? Roger Slater from next year. Delta are going self-handling with their own check-in and ramp. Will also be doing Virgin, so no more contact handling. Right, so if your bag's overweight, what happens then? So no people at the check-in. They've got to have it staffed by at least a few, I would have thought. Surely. That would be an absolute bleeding nightmare, wouldn't it? Cabin crew's different than flight crew, isn't it? Anyway, they got their own food during the flight. They don't have to. Carl Hanlon, some biggies waiting in the Bovington hole, waiting for the 3 p.m. switch. Well, we're close to it now, 8 minutes left. Looks like that Dreamliner is going to be our last jet out. Headed for Hyderabad, or Hyderabad as Jilly says. Can never get it right. Is that another Dreamliner engine coming off possibly? Ooh. Super 10. Got my seat booked on the upper deck to Miami in February. It cost £70 and I wouldn't swap it for anyone. Well, to be honest with you, having flown both on the upper deck and the lower deck on the 380, I'm happy with both. On the upper deck, if you're over the wing, it is an amazing sight because it's bleeding massive. It's the best way to describe it. But on the bottom, on the bottom deck, if you're on over the wing as well, actually just slightly behind the wing is pretty cool. But on the upper deck, you can see all the flight surfaces moving. It's pretty amazing. But you can see the wind flexing far more. You get a much clearer view of the wing flexing if you're on the lower deck. Aaron Thomas, BA85 from Zagreb, looks like it'll be the last one to land on 27 left. Oh, okay. So your pronunciation isn't wrong then. Ellis Chernoff. Good feedback, thank you, mate. I think that 320. No, it's going around the top. He's going to be last to go, I think. Yeah. Big old Trent 7000. Far cry from the Trent 700. It's brother or sister or brother from another mother. Well, actually, it's the same mother, actually. A320 to Lyon. Thank you, Avro. Yeah, we're gonna stick around for the slinger, and then I've got to be on my way, folks, because we got to switch all the equipment over to the US server, etc., etc., and get everything on charge, get everything packed and ready. I've got to break the camera down, do all that kind of stuff. Drew C's a new member. Drew, welcome. Oh, that's off to Miami, Nick Gray, thanks. Delta. Mank Red, see you in Miami. All members in Miami Tuesday and Thursday, folks. All members. So if you're a new member, hey, Tuesday and Wednesday, sorry. Did I say Tuesday and Thursday? Sorry. All members Tuesday and Wednesday, folks. Why would I, mate? I don't know. Look at this guy. Yeah. Right on the button. Look at that, 257. They'll have that runway. They've got to do that switch quickly. It's not like they, close it for 10 minutes and, have a cup of tea. And this is like a military precision right here with Heathrow. Now you see at Munich, he'd be sitting there waiting and literally, like we did, chased a plane down the runway, folks. He was flat out, wasn't he, mate? He nearly blew the engine up in that car, but it just disappeared off into the... Miami will probably be around about 4 p.m. local in the UK, but it depends on when I get up. What? No? Okay. Oh, okay. Well, no. Then in that case, it will be a lot earlier, won't it? Because around midday and 2 o'clock here in the UK is when I will start in Miami. As soon as I'm up, I'm ready to go, folks, basically. So, yeah, I was thinking more of Alaska. Megan Leanne Photography has gifted 10 channel memberships. Thank you, Megan Leanne. Do it on what? Do it on the little DJI or just normal, like with the phone, with the gimbal? Oh yeah, okay, yeah, no. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Oh, you don't know what you're doing. That's right. I know. No, I don't know what I do. No, I know. Okay, yes. Mind you could talk me through it. I'm not asking you to do it. I'm just saying you could, but I'd have to take all of that gear with me. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll do it on the phone with the gimbal, blah, blah, blah. Yes, absolutely, yeah. Ty has just gifted 10 channel memberships. Thank you, Ty. Hope you and the guinea pigs are well. We didn't actually do any because your jets were in town at Staines International. Blimey, talk about full length. He's doing a thorough job, this guy, isn't he? Or she. I think it's just a single vehicle. Used to be a couple of them. Checking for any foreign object debris, folks. And you would be amazed the things that they found on these runways. We were lucky enough to go into the operations room in Munich, where they had a SFOD wall, where they had hung up behind perspex and all that, literally hundreds of pieces of FOD. Spoons, forks, lids from things, all kinds of crazy stuff. Chains, straps, just random bits of metal and manhole covers and crazy stuff like that. So, you know, this has to be done. And of course, some pilots will report FOD or maybe a dead bird on the runway, or if a pilot experiences a bird strike during takeoff, the takeoff roll, or feels it, they may see a little bit of something on the engine where it flutters or something like that, where it's a medium-sized bird or a small bird. It won't, obviously, it'll easily ingest and digest something like that. But anything bigger than that, like you know, obviously, then, but they will still potentially report back to say that they think they may have struck a bird, especially if it's hit the windshield. Then you'd know about it. Look how small it is for the runway. Coffee cup lids. Coffee cup lids. Yes, I will be taking. I always take wet weather gear, even to the warmest climates, because it's very lightweight, has to be said. But it may rain, yes, indeed. To be honest with you, if it rains in Miami, it doesn't get cold, does it? So it would only be really the top. You'd only really want a nice, decent waterproof jacket, but a lightweight one, not some great big heavy thing, which I have. Bit of right, let's go on the manual here, see what happens with the manual. Stand by. This might be a little bit late to do this. Oh mate, sorry folks. For God's sake. We had a bit of a lightning show last time we were there, and of course, you know, we're I like a bit of alternative weather, as you know. Martin P, BA256, I believe this is. Tell you what, fair play to that 727 that took off in a tailwind. Let's see if I can do this again. No, mate. What's going on here? Why isn't this working? Go and do that for? What, solve a crime while I'm out there? I'm standing outside the site of the murder last night, on the corner of whatever and whatever, where someone was found dead. Okay, right, and what are we doing about the planes? I've got no idea. Yeah. The perpetrator has allegedly run off. So I'm just standing here covering him for him. Whatever. A330 off the bat. Bang. No, 777. Sorry about that. Oh, nice bit of yeah. It's a crazy invite. I've never had an invite from a true crime channel. Book 'em, Dano. I'm off to the airport. Another triple. No, 7-8. No, triple. Jerry should know by the big, giant, enormous undercarriage on it. Aidan Campbell, SQ308 on finals. Nice bit of vortex coming off the outboard flap sections. Oh, and some more floofage over the wing on descent as the pressure decreases, doesn't it, over the wing? Adiabatic pressure changes. Cooling. Slope. It's a 3-degree approach, isn't it, for London Heathrow? They were trying to get it steeper, weren't they? Like bring them in. Oh, hello, where's he going in? Oh dear. Is that 380 going back to gate? You off then, fella? Oh no, he's going out. Intersecting, look. Wow, look at that. Wow. That's crazy, man. Triple barn door flaps tie. 747 hangar door flaps. Factory door, they are nuts, aren't they? When you fly on that 380 and you see those flaps extending, man, and the sound they make. And it's longer than that as well. It goes on for about 20 seconds. With Iberia, aren't they? But apparently they're splitting away from Iberia and going all as an independent airline, aren't they? Mind that? High flying? I think it is. Am I right in that? Tin. Harwood Law Consultancy is giving a shout out to thank them for the gifted membership. See how far that quick we get this one on the breakout. See, there you go. I tell you what, look at that. That's the manual focus on this thing, mate. Look at that. It's a long way out, man. That's a good mile out still. So we should get that. Where's the 380? How many out? Behind this one. Okay. Let's. Yeah, this is Aegean. So let's wait for the slinger to appear. Runway in sight. Oh yeah, here we go. folks. What a way to go out, eh? So the next time I see you, well, actually it might be tomorrow from the airport. We'll probably waiting for a plane like we normally do. This one will be from Terminal 5, and we'll see what else we can do. But I'll definitely be going live from Terminal 5 tomorrow morning, folks. Check it out. It will be on... What are we doing it on, Jimmy? Are we doing it on an extra, or are we going to do it on... I think we should do it on the main channel. We're going to do it on the main channel. So look out for that. Thank you, everybody who's got involved today. Thank you, Jilly. Thank you, Trish. Thank you, Darren. And listen, thank you to everybody who's gifted membership. Thank you so much. You are wonderful people. Welcome to all of our new subscribers and our new members as well, organically grown members. We've gone out in the garden and planted a little seed and it's sprouted into a member. Yeah, fantastic to see you folks. Thank you. And thank you for your support as well, because and like I was mentioning earlier on in the show, the one thing with us on Big Jet TV is that we give lots back to our members, whereas some channels out there on YouTube, we're not talking about aviation channels in general, but in terms of what we give back, and the amount we charge as well. When I say charge, the amount that it is compared to some channels is just it's crazy low. But thank you, everybody. We really appreciate it, and thank you to all our resident pilots as well for getting involved in the chat. Ellis, I might see you out there. I believe that at BBLLB I might be seeing you out there as well. So listen folks, we've got two locations in Miami. One is the balcony, the open balcony without a screen, overlooking the airfield. We've got all the international terminal in front of us. Lots and lots of stuff going on there. Aircraft coming out and departing, aircraft coming in and landing from afar, a cargo area, all that kind of stuff. Let's finish off with this Virgin 330, shall we? Thanks everybody. Take care, look after yourselves, and we will see you tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow, folks, for a Waiting for a Plane show. Okay, yeah, quite early morning, so be ready for that.